Okay, welcome. Hello, everybody. Ooh, this is just a new message here. I wanted to show this. Okay. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Today is going to be another feedback stream. I'm going to be listening to your tracks when you guys send them. Obviously, ! feedback to send your tracks. The stream elements bot does seem to be running, so that should be working. For those that are already in the Discord, you don't have to click the command. You can just go in the Discord, scroll down as always, feedback on stream, and post it right here. And then we'll get started with listening. As usual, I'm going to do some other things while we wait. And after that, once we have a few tracks built up, I'm going to be listening to them in bulk, so that it's not constantly like going back and forth and waiting for tracks. What I'm going to do is experimentation for sound design tutorials. And this is not something that I often stream, but I often make these projects where I'm just creating synths. And I've already made these two synths here, which I've filmed and created shorts from. So what I want to do is I want to make more of them, so I can make more shorts. This is all going to be content. So just to let's quickly run through this, because this is interesting what's coming up. There's one short that's going to talk about how to create a sound like this. Not like that. Something like this more. Very dark, very gritty kind of sound. I really like it. It's using this vocoder, obviously. Try wet. And this is all based on having a second serum in here with just a tone in there. So the whole point is combining two serums together with a vocoder and then apply your effects, EQ, saturation, and delay. So this is going to be like a short of, I already did something like this in M vocoder. Now I'm going to show you how to do this in just with the Ableton stuff. The other one that I made is a sound design technique which I've learned a long time ago, very long time ago, even before I started doing projector, in fact. Because this is something that you used to use in dubstep sound design, where what you would do is you would remove this, you would set a detune like this, so you have two voices with wavetable position going up and detune going up, and then you resample. So you resample to oscillator B, resample to oscillator B, and you just do that a bunch of times until you're satisfied, and you get these really strange, really gritty kind of sounds. So now you have... So morphing between them doesn't really sound nice, but if you have a tone from the tone spec and you want to add a little bit of extra variation to it, you can note on random this, right? And then set up an arpeggiator. And you get your different unique sounds every time, as opposed to just the same tone over and over again. Which would be this. You get these mild variations from them. So anytime you have a single wavetable sound, you can do that. You can use this trick to add a little bit of variation to it, which is really cool. And then obviously the synth itself is with this. I left a little bit of the dry signal in there, so you get more of the texture of it changing the sound actually. Because obviously the filter itself is not changing the sound, it's the different wavetable positions that you're using. And I want to do a little bit more experiments like that while we're here. To be honest, I didn't really have a plan. I didn't really know what I wanted to do. Sometimes I lack a little bit of like inspiration for what I actually want to do. One of the things that I want to do is incorporate some of my wavetables in here. because that's good marketing. And that's the only reason. So maybe we can do some cool sound design stuff with this. I mean, I know it's cool sound design, but something unique with this, because that's always what I'm trying to do with my, like, I can just say, get my wavetables and just use this as your sideground sound, but that's not really unique, right? I'm also trying to remember which sound design techniques I've already featured on the channel. I might not feature, or I might feature sound design techniques that I've already done. So for example, let's say that we have one of these. Let's see if we can do like windowing here, which is something I've already shown. You go 0, you go amplitude modulation. Right, amplitude or... Yes, RM, perfect. Your voice is getting quieter when the audio plays on 8. I still have the mixing thing. Now it's fixed. But if it's set up like that, that's okay. No, I can fix it. It's because last stream, yesterday, I did the stuff for mixing. So I did stuff on speakers, and I wanted to remove all of the microphone bleed that you get from the speakers playing and being picked up by the same microphone again. I've decided to not buy a new microphone. I was going to look into a dynamic microphone. Specifically the... what's it called? The pod mic by Rode, I think. Pod mic. Yes. This one. Very famous podcast microphone kind of thing. You see it a lot on YouTube right now. You'll see it when the image shows up. It's very well known. I was looking into buying this. Because it seems like a good, nice dynamic microphone. And the property about dynamic microphones is that they are very directional and they have a very strong proximity effect. So if right now you cannot see the microphone, it's right here for me. And it's about, I would say, like 40 centimeters away from my head, off angle, right? The proximity effect... For this condenser microphone, that's okay. It doesn't change my microphone sound too much. You can probably hear it if I start talking like this, that there is a difference in like sound quality and volume, but it's not too. It shouldn't be too big of a change with all of the processing that I'm doing on it. A dynamic microphone is much more than that. If you talk the other way, or even talk like beside it, so if the microphone is placed like right here, like this, and you talk as if the microphone was right here, it would barely pick it up. It's a very directional kind of microphone. At least that's what I've been told. It's also very forgiving in noises outside. So for that reason, I wanted to buy it as well, because obviously with all of the stuff that goes outside here, it would be nice to have a microphone that doesn't pick that up, but does pick up my voice. But I found a much better free solution, which is this. This is Adobe Podcast, which is speech enhancement using AI, and this just works. It's almost scary how good this is. So there will be new videos coming out very soon in which you guys will be able to hear that. Not the long format videos yet, but some shorts I've done already with it. I still have a project that shows the difference. I can show you the difference. I think your mic still sounds alright. I need to do a lot of processing and cleaning up for it to be like that. And with the AI, I just record raw microphone and I just send it to there. I'll let you hear what my microphone sounds like completely unprocessed, and with the different processes on there. Give me a second. It's here. Right now, the microphone that I have is a newer NW700. Was one of those kits that you buy as a whole, right? So it's one of those very cheap kits that you buy as a whole. This is my microphone. It's still the one that I used in the very old videos there. You were able to like actually see it. I like to have it out of sight because it looks a little bit more professional if your microphone isn't actually like showing up. But listen to the difference. So this is how I record. This is like a raw recording. You can see it's very low. The first thing that I usually do is have a compressor, which also does normalization, so that becomes louder. And then I did some EQ on there as well. I have like multiple stages of EQ and multiple stages of compression that I usually use. Here for the test, I just went with one compressor on there and one EQ on there, just to see if that would make a difference in the final version of the AI. But listen to the difference that it makes. This is just going to be a microphone test. I'm just going to sit here and record myself talking. I'll boost it a little bit. I'll try to be as realistic as possible. I'll try to do something without any processing, and then I can just upload that to the speech enhancement. Let's test some sibilance. Right, so you can definitely hear the difference. You use OBS? Yes. I have... Yeah, that sent him a discount. Yeah, but I mean, the only reason why I would get a new microphone is for live content, right? The content that I'm making right now. And all of the feedback, even what you're saying, Malogify, for a live stream, I think this is good enough. For the videos, I can just run it through this, and I mean, listen to this. This is just studio quality. This is just going to be a microphone test. I'm just going to sit here and record myself talking, and I'll try to be as realistic as possible. I'll try to do something without any processing, and then I can just upload that to the speech enhancement. You could apply VST plugins directly on OBS. I know. And I'm not using the VST plugins. I'm using just the normal ones. Like I don't care about the characteristics of the compressor or which exact vocal compressor I'm using on my like live stuff. On my live microphone, the only solution that I haven't found is noise removal and like background noise reduction in real time. I know NVIDIA has something like that, but you need an NVIDIA graphics card, which I don't have. I have an AMD graphics card, which does like the same thing, right? AI, there's these crazy examples of somebody having like a hair blower or even a leaf blower in their house while they're recording, and they turn on the leaf blower in the backside of the room, and you just don't hear it when you turn on the AI. So there's some real crazy real-time audio restoration techniques that come from AI. I would like to have that for the live content, but this is just the Adobe Enhance stuff, and for videos that works fine because it's not in real time. Once they come out with real-time stuff, something that I can just integrate into OBS, then I'll be using that, and I never have to worry about switching to a different microphone. Let's see, a few extra names. AG, how are you doing? Pedro, welcome. For everybody that's new here, you can already submit your tracks for feedback. Just go into my Discord, !feedback, or link in the description of the video. And you just go down, feedback on stream, right here. This is not the right one. If you want to send it in for feedback right here on the stream, then you send it in this channel instead. I'm doing very well. I was doing some sound design things. Let's go back to that. I had a setup already. I just wanted to show the voice stuff. And now I'm just going to do sound design. I don't like that you cannot hear the phase shift after you start playing. I mean, I guess it makes sense that it's hard to implement that. What I want is a oscilloscope. And just see what's happening here. Okay, so changing the phase of the other one does like work in real time. That's really cool. You probably can create some crazy textures doing that. If you just set this to the phase. For some reason it still resets. It shouldn't. I found free time from software job. I'm going to start studying, messing with sound design again, hopefully. Nice! Sound design is really cool. I like to do it too, as you can see from this. So let's say that we detune this for kind of like a... how should I say? An atmosphere kind of thing. Okay, so it doesn't like to overlap. So let's just set this very long. Is there a way that I can have, yes, multiple windows? What we could do is if you have a lot of small windows and then I go phase, is that not a thing that you can do? That's annoying. I was hoping that you could do like what you have for the warp for the phase, where each voice has its own independent phase, but I guess you could do it like this then. Why wouldn't that work? Wouldn't they all start at a different position and then sum together? Let me quickly check the... We have one track right now. I'm going to wait until there's 4 tracks, something like that, and then we'll get into it. I want to probably create this in phaseband, because that tends to be a little bit clearer in showing what it's actually doing. What I want to do is I want to do that kind of windowing, but with multiple windows all offset from each other, essentially. Tool tables, window. Let's go for like a very narrow one. If I were to apply this to the level and I would just create a unison. Yeah, here now we get like differences, right? And we can set a random phase for all of them. And then we should be able to get these. That always makes the same one, which is nice. This is cool. Let me make this a little bit smaller so you can see it better. We essentially are creating all of these peaks, which are then transferred to here. You can create as complex of a wavetable in here then. Wavetables, let's go with like an FFT morph, which is nice and gritty. If I then go, you get these sounds. You kind of get these like gritty small spots on it, which are like walking around on it. And pink waving. For some reason, most emojis aren't showing up for me. I have a few ones that are the basic ones, but the other ones aren't just loading for me. You can see it just tells me the type of emoji that is. Where can I send the track? You type !feedback, and then you will be linked into my Discord, which you should appear somewhere here or landing page. You just scroll down. While you're at it, add my music to your playlist. And after you've done that, you can click on feedback on stream, and then you can place it right here. Also not showing up for me, the last hand wave. It's strange, maybe it's just YouTube being busted again, being broken again. SoundCloud link is okay since I use FL. Yeah, no, that's fine. SoundCloud link is the best way. We're going to wait until we have a few submissions. Again, I think we still only have, yes, one submission. Once we have 4 or 5, I'm going to start the feedback stream so that I don't have to constantly wait for new tracks to arrive. This is really cool. I think if you just layer this in with like a normal unison. You get these very complex, cool kind of pads. If I were to... That is pretty cool. I do think I want to add some randomness to the phase so that they don't re-trigger from the same point. Now you get kind of like one of those high-passed kind of synths, right? But with a little bit of extra texture. I do like that. YouTube chat is meh. Yeah, YouTube has a lot of streaming systems that they still need to finish. Now they're concentrated fully on shorts. So they don't care anymore. Next up, let's see windowing in here. The window 2. As I said before, I'm just making a couple of synths so I can turn them into content. At some point, this will just become YouTube Shorts. Let's do this fully. If I'm not mistaken, that should just also give us a nice windowed with no randomization. Okay, that doesn't do what I expected it. Ah, it's because this is... Perfect. Cristiano, welcome. How are you doing? Maybe this is a new way to create squelches with this. I'm in the mood to listen to some Psy and smoke one. Well, unfortunately, right now we don't have enough tracks yet to actually start listening to feedback. We only have 2 tracks. What I would like is to have a few more, so 4 or 5 tracks, and then we'll start listening to some Psy or whatever this is. Is this Psytrance? Finished perhaps 3. Maybe. I can send one more, but it's really muddy. That doesn't matter. I will comment on the mud regardless if it's muddy or not. Just normal trance. Okay. I mean, if you already know that the track has problems, then it shouldn't hurt for me to like point them out again. Maybe I will say that it's not so much an issue. Hello to Brazil. I'm Portuguese actually. Nice. Quite almost the same, but quite far away from each other. It's just like a little pond in between, right? Like there's just like this little bit of water separating you two. I mean, Portugal, it's probably the closest country in Europe we have to Brazil. Unless you count those islands that are like from Spain in front of Morocco. Which is... What are those called again? Those islands? Doesn't really matter. Synth 5. I think we've done enough windowing now. Let's move on to a new cool technique. See if we can find something. This is what I do, what I normally don't show for the YouTube channel, is all of the experimentation, right? Of me just sitting here trying out things that most of the time don't really result into anything. I don't think I should start off with my wavetables because they are already pretty finished. Maybe with more of these tool things. Let's go DC offset. These are... This is very useful actually. I don't know why that's happening. I wanted actually to do this. Oh, not a peak, the band. Minus 50 exactly to get to the halfway point so that it's silent. So cool things. That would sound awesome detuned. Let's see. There's a lot of cancellation going on because you're pushing it so hard with the DC offset. Not really of any use in psytrance, I think. If I just set this to... You can create this cool kind of dubstep thing. Let's go for the dimension instead. Dubstep is all about assigning all of the automations to the same LFO and then just tweaking that LFO. For dubstep, there's a type of distortion that is sometimes nice. Downsample. I think downsampling is used more in psytrance than it is in dubstep. I used to produce dubstep for the longest time. Like, I have 10 years of experience producing music now. Just over 10 years, like 10 years and 3 months. I think half of that time I spent creating dubstep or electro house, anything that is like growl bass stuff, right? All of this stuff, so this isn't really new to me. I would like to know how can I use this for psytrance. You can have it like key tracked, I guess. Does this key track? I guess that's where that comes in. If I randomize this, set its randomization a little bit lower and make this like an envelope of 16. I guess you get like a very distorted psytrance sound. This doesn't matter then. I don't think I want these then. And I think we should use a softer distortion. I am going for like asymmetrical distortion, but I'm going to use it softly. The only thing that I want to know is if my crazy effect here with this does. To be honest, it doesn't seem to do anything. I do like this sound though, just on its own. Dubstep is just recording yourself moving furniture around. It does feel like that sometimes. You turn on the fume cap above the stove on, and you record that. You can use that as your beginning for your track, actually. There's no such thing as different production styles in dubstep. It's just every producer has different fume hoods and the smoke system that's above like a stove. So that's why every producer sounds different, right? Everybody has different furniture as well. Okay, we have a bunch of tracks. Let's get into some actual feedback now. I missed the motorcycles and ambulances. Are they not there anymore? I didn't change anything. They're definitely here for me. Either way, oh, I need to set that up. Set this higher. Perfect. What's nice in dubstep is you can twist some Foley, pitch shift, and warp. True, you can also do that in psytrance. Either way, we are starting with E.G. Özel. The double dot is the, you say, right? I mean, I'm sure I'm going to mispronounce something. Either way, E.G. Özel, I'm going to be listening to your track, Devil May Cry.mp3. There's a lot of muddiness going on here with this synth. Okay, so for an intro, I think it was a little bit too complex. Also, what's happening with the kick and the bass? I would bring up those vocals a lot more, because that's like the stable sequence in here. Also, I'm a fan of loud vocals, everybody knows. But not even. Okay, there's a few things that you can do to like instantly improve this track. One thing I would say is tone down a little bit on the complexity of the intro. I know there's a few people that actually like it, but to me, one of those, it sounds more like a break than an intro to me, right? And even then, it's so complex that you cannot really hear what's going on. That synth is playing a melody, but it's also being modulated or automated or whatever. So the melody doesn't really come through. Also, it's very like heavy on the low end, which it just absolutely doesn't need. You can just leave extra room for your kick and bass there. Overall, I would say you can raise your kick and bass probably by like 5-6 dB. And it would still be like underpowered. It really feels like the kick and bass volume is off. The other thing that I wanted to say is a little bit more about like structure. What you'll usually see is that you have like drop segments and an individual main elements for those drop segments. In this case, that's not really the case. You just have like this vocal loop that was in the middle that just kind of appeared. And you had the acid at the end that kind of appeared, and some other synths in the middle that just kind of appeared and disappeared again without like fills and stuff like that in between. What I would recommend is to stick with one main element, one drop segment. So you have, I don't know, 16 bars, and then at the end of the 16 bars you have a little fill, and then you go into the next segment where you deem another element to be the main element, and that's the element that stands out there. You guys make KB with 1 dB difference or both same volume but phase aligned. A 1 dB difference is not going to compensate for a lack of phase aligning. You always need to do phase alignment. The 1 dB difference depends on the kind of style that you're going for. If you want to put more emphasis on the kick, then you make the kick louder than the bass. But there's no like clear-cut way of doing it. Mine is a peak difference between them of between 0.5 dB and like 2 dB between the kick and the bass. Yeah, as Klaus said, you need to listen and make it sound good. I make some sidetracks, but I'm very shy. Nobody have heard my music. That's alright, we're all very friendly and nobody bites. You can just post it in here, and it's a good way to overcome your shyness. I've also done this. The being shy, I force myself to stream and record things and all of that stuff, and it really helps. And nobody is going to say anything bad about your track or something like that. I think the link was just posted. I don't know if the bot works still. I don't think it likes command spam, but there you are, it should be there. There was somebody else that asked as well, Elliot, how to send your music. It does show. You can just log into my Discord. You come in here, this is where you enter, then you just scroll down, feedback on stream, and then you post it right here. Either way, we're moving on to finished perhaps 3. It's a very funny naming scheme, isn't it? If you're going to do sidechaining on your bass, make sure that it goes to 0 before the kick transient plays. It's a little bit too close here, I would say. Overall though, the mixing and the whole feel of this track is really nice. I think that ARP should be the main element in this track actually. The chords overpower the ARP now. Is MP3 fine? Yes. Something like a melodic ARP or even the plug that you have now is much better in terms of a lead line than just saw waves going full strong. ARP becomes main thing, second drop. Love the little heartbeat down here. Very clean. I always struggle with over complexity. It's one of those things that you cannot really prevent, because if you just enjoy complex music, then it's something that people, you know, really try to dive into, and there's a lot of pitfalls in that. Real complexity does not come from complex elements, but complex combinations of simple elements. Right? I don't have him anymore, but I used to have a student which struggles a lot with like over complexity, and I just told him like, I want you to make me a track, and he came up with like a project, and I told him, now give me 10 things that you can simplify about this track. What can you make simpler? And he just couldn't come up with a list of things that he would like to have sound simpler, even though the track was overly complex and you couldn't follow what was actually going on in the track. Either way, sorry that I strayed away from listening to the track and started answering questions. I hope that the feedback was good enough. I did pick up on a few things. One other thing that you might be interested in is, commercialization. For commercial music, your intro just isn't catchy enough, isn't strong enough. And it's because it's just a piano. The reason why I say it is because when people listen to like commercial music, and this does have like an edge of commercialism to it, I would say, they will listen to it, they will start to hit play, and then they will immediately decide, is this a track that I like? And this doesn't really catch the attention, right? It's not something that's in your face, it's not something that stands out. So if you're writing commercial music like this, try to find a way to make the intro immediately interesting. One of the things that you could try is, instead of having like your classical, how we used to do it in like house or techno or even like big room and stuff, where you would just have the kick as the intro. Remember that time when everybody was creating big room, and we would just have the kick as an intro and an outro, and then you would add a little bit of drums and a little bit of extra stuff to it, but it was essentially just a kick as an intro, and then it would go into like a break and stuff, so that DJs could like mix it in. What you could try is have a drum fill, and then immediately go into your first drop. That's like instant, right? It's instantly going in there. And then you can create a structure of having 2 breaks and then 2 other drops if you want to have like a standard track after that. But it's, for commercial purposes, it's an easy way to immediately get somebody hooked into your track, because you're starting with the most exciting element first. I don't know if you want to write like that, but if that's something that you're into in creating commercial music that should hopefully perform well, like on streaming services and all that stuff, then that's something that you need to look at. I always thought the kick in the intro was for DJs. I think it is. I think because, yeah, that's what they used to mix. But people would just leave it in the full version that they would upload. Like Animals by Martin Garrix became a billion views, like 2 billion views on that track. It starts with like 32 bars of kicks, or maybe even like 64. Here it is. 3 Ancient Languages Preview Raw Psychedelic Trance. What an extremely long name for a track. I would just cut it off at 3 Ancient Languages. I would name the project like that, but that's just me. DJ friendly, yes. Only for the DJ and not the actual person listening to it. I hope this is going to be 200 BPM, high tech, but with a triplet kick and bass. It isn't. It still sounds very, very cool and very, very mono. A lot of your synth sounds are very mono. Also, I think you have vocals in here. Yes. If we're gonna do vocals, do them in a way that they stand out from the track, so that the listener can listen to them. That would be my big advice. I think you can see what the issue is with some of those elements. That one there. The bass has no bass, and then every once in a while you have a step that is double the loudness of the kick. Yeah, this just needs a... Those spike means volume boost. This is the waveform. This is just the waveform of your track. This is frequency over time with volume, but this is just the waveform over time. I like it. It's this just needs like a volume rebalance. It needs good mixing, right? The kick is a little bit louder than the bass. I would say that the kick could be a little bit louder for the track, the bass definitely needs extra loudness. It needs a sub bass, which it doesn't have. The main bass does not have sub. I would not to clarify, when I say it needs a sub bass, I don't mean like a separated sub. I just mean that it needs sub bass. There's just nothing there. The lowest frequency of the bass line, which we see right here, is like 60, what is this, like 80 hertz, 70 hertz? Then you would need another harmonic down below. Wait, is this bass an octave too high? It's hard to tell. I cannot no, because this is not double. This second one isn't double this, so you're missing a harmonic here. You're missing a lower harmonic. I mean, the song still needs to be finished. Okay, yeah, then I understand that you didn't do like the mixing part as well yet. That makes sense. I cut the lower harmonic. Yeah, that's not a good idea on your main bass, because that's really what the bass is there for. To make bass. Bass is for bass. That's why we use bass for bass. Forap by Kuram Zai. I don't know. This track is called Forap. It's just a bit of silence. It will start very, very soon, and it looks very loud. This would be a good way to start a track if you're trying to commercialize it and have that like Spotify intro instant hype. On this one I don't really like the snare. Okay, clearly it's still work in progress, but what I would say is the chords and all of the backing stuff that you have in here is a little bit too loud. And from there, so when you start with those too loud, you make your main melody also too loud, and that means that they stand out a little bit too much in the mix, I think. They're starting to overpower the kick and the bass, which is not necessarily what you want in a dance track, right? The kick and the bass, even if it's like a poppy or EDM type of like house, something like that. In that case, it's still kick is most important, bass is second, and then come the leads and stuff like that. Hope to get some feedback. Kassebrot with Rabbit Hole. This is another very long track title. Everybody's creating long titles nowadays. Rabbit Hole Master Panda Flip Original Mix.mp3. Let's have a listen. It is aggressively loud, but I understand why. Somebody uploaded in the wrong... Oh! Sorry. Oh no. Apparently you cannot switch away. Hardstyle vibes. This is Frenchcore. As a Dutchman, I have to be very precise on all of the style and core subgenres of hardstyle and hardcore and whatever. Anything that comes from Gabber, I need to know what exactly it is. So this is Frenchcore. This is hardtech, obviously. Kick and bass cleanliness is still something that you want to worry about. I mean, it looks decent. No, it's the transient of your kick is still being messed with by the bass line. And obviously here, phase alignment. Yeah, this is where you can see it properly. You can see the kick and then its bass goes up. You want to do phase alignment and you also want to make sure that you don't mess up the transient of your kick. Sound influenced by Belax clearly. I would agree with that. I would say that from a mixing standpoint, you have some points where the vocals are still clogged up, even though this is like aggressively loud. I think I heard it in the intro. Here it's not an issue. But there was like a part of the intro where the vocal wasn't coming through all the way. And the annoying thing about vocals is that they're always a main element. Here another time. Kick and bass cleanliness again. I do really like this part. This is Kassebrot on Discord. This is a good vocal mix. This is also one of those parts where you have the space for the vocals to come through. If you're going to create a Frenchcore kick that is this loud, you really don't have the space to add a lot of other elements like you're doing here. Like for a Frenchcore kick, this isn't even that distorted, but you can see how it fills up the entire like volume area that you have. I put my song in the feedback channel and not the feedbacks, the stream feedback. That's very, very unfortunate. No, I will listen to it. I'll listen to it, obviously. Wrong channel. Is it possible to swap channel without another upload? No, unfortunately it isn't. I'll just listen to it here. I'm sorry. I hope, by the way, that the feedback on the last track is good enough. One of the things that I always feel the need to say is when I'm doing feedback on stream, I don't point out all of the positive things that I like about the track, and that's by design, because I don't want to be continuously talking over the track. I want you guys to hear it as well. So I only point out things that I would say, pay a little bit more attention here, fix maybe these problems, this is maybe something that you want to change, stuff like that. I'm not going to sit here like, I like that sound, I like that sound. It's one, I don't think that's valuable feedback. You don't really learn anything. And two, I would just be talking over a track that people actually want to hear. Is Frenchcore a subgenre of hardcore? Yes-ish. It's the point of Frenchcore is that the kick and bass is the bass line is like more distorted, and it's more like reverse bass kind of thing, right? The Frenchcore really focuses on the reverse bass, but very, very distorted. Anyway, this is Hush Into the Dark Woods. Let's have a listen. Definitely living up to the title right now. Does sound very dark. Some really cool sound design. Look how it looks on the Spectrum. Kick and bass check. Looks good. The bass doesn't really have a transient, so we cannot really judge its cleanliness on that. The track before, thanks for reviewing it. No worries. That's why I'm here. Thank you for submitting. Basically just reverse bass but distorted. Yes. When sound designing it, you sound design it from one go. So you start with a 909 and you add the distortion and automate the distortion in a way that your reverse bass comes from the kick itself. So you don't actually synthesize a kick and then synthesize a bass, I think. I think it's all done in one go, from one like sound source. This is very clean. Not really a fan of the auto panning going on that main like sweeping sequence, going from like left to right. The bass is too low for me. I want to be able to hear what note it is. I do understand the idea of such a low bass. I do kind of like it. For me, it's not really an issue. I do think that it could use just a few more sounds overall. Like this is clearly too empty, right? But this is still a work in progress, I think. Right? Now we are in the region where you can hear the note. I guess this works too. Let's check your cleanliness again. Looking good. Nice. So one of the easiest checks you can do to see if somebody is like an advanced producer is just pause the waveform, see if all of the transients look clean, especially the kick transient, because that's the one that you overlook all the time. Everybody resamples their bass line and then the bass notes are in place, but then the kick still is messed up. This is audible tonally. Yes, the other one wasn't. I do like that dark feeling sometimes. I think it would work well with this track to have it completely that lower bass note actually. I mean, this works too. Maybe you could process this a bit more. The amount of phase shifting that you're doing is not that much. Which I mean, I guess is like an old school kind of style to do it. Maybe the first bass could use a tiny bit of saturation to boost the overtones harmonics. I don't think that you would do that with like saturation. Just open up the filter a bit more in that. Can I send one more song? Of course, you can send as many songs as you want. I think if you saturate this is just going to be a mess, because it's not like there's like tonal information in here. The lower tonal information is already cut off by the whatever high pass filter that you're using in here. I would just open up the filter that you're using to create it. If you really want extra overtones. Personally, I don't think it needs it. I think you can make a track completely with this bass line. I like it. Frenchcore-ish. Bring me the horizon, can you feel my heart, Giga Chat. I don't know if I can play this. YouTube is very annoying with copyright. If this has like the original vocals or the original track in there, then it's gonna be a problem. Then I just cannot play this. I can export without the vocals, give me a sec. Sure, yeah, that can work. In the meantime, seeing as we're speaking and talking about Frenchcore, let's see if I can quickly whip up a Frenchcore kick here. Frenchcore kick. I think the idea should be fairly easy. You just do something like this on a sine wave. Its volume, and then this is going to be the pitch modulation for this. This is the start, and then you just distort it. Obviously, like multi-stage and designing the distortion will get you closer, but this is, I think, the idea. And then obviously, this is supposed to be like 200. It sounds terrible right now, but if you start distorting it more and more, one of the things I know about the harder kind of EDM, Frenchcore, hardstyle, hardcore, anything that kind of came from the gabber movement, I just say that in a Dutch way, I'm sorry. But anything that came from that is usually done with frequency splits. I need the default version for that. Default. So you go in here, and then you can solo individual frequencies. So here we solo the high, here we solo the mids, and here we solo the lows. And then we can individually distort them and like bring them out. We can choose to distort them before. Already getting closer. Maybe you want some mid-range. Another trick that is commonly used on the mid frequencies for this kind of thing is that you like boost a frequency like this into a saturator and then you remove it again. Oh, and then for the low frequencies you just saturate. I guess it could use a little bit more high end. Ah, that's why it's not fully playing. This isn't even a beat long. Obviously, to protect from any issues, you want to go like this. We do seem to have some randomness in here, which we probably don't want, and I think we want to you would probably resample this as well. And then obviously you just fine tune it however. There's a way to get that hard style kind of grit from it, from your mid range. Maybe it's that's it. It's that kind of hard, strong knock, right? You can see how much influence phase has on these kind of sound design things as well. Like, listen to the difference. That doesn't really come from the frequencies that I'm removing, because I'm removing even more stuff here. It comes from the phase that you bring into such a strong saturation, right? Like, you can hear how it changes from here to here as well. Okay, I want this to have stronger high end, less. And that's how you should like make it, I think. You just record this. Maybe it's not strong enough. I guess the kick itself can have more power. That's getting there. And there's, I mean, I'm not doing it right. It's getting the kind of sound that you want, but there's like very, very small details. For example, I just kind of put this peak here. You would probably want this peak to be in some kind of relationship to the key that you have. So I would probably move this until we get to here. And then the same would be true for this compensating kind of dip here. Maybe I want a little bit more of that. I do like this kind of knock on the transient. I just uploaded one more song. I do see that there's a few more songs in here. We have 2 more. Let's do some more listening. I hope you guys don't mind me just sometimes doing this like random stuff in between while we're waiting for more tracks to come in. We first have No Vocals GigaChat. This might still get copyright claimed. Just by like the chords alone. It's like ads but with actual useful info. There's more, but before I forget, wait. Well, with the vocals, even I haven't gotten copyright on YouTube. It's been up for a few months, I think. I mean, I don't want to take the risk. I'm probably a little bit of a bigger channel than you. I don't know, obviously. The other thing that I want to say about the track is that I really like the vibes, but there's something that's throwing me off, and that's what you're doing structure-wise between the melody and the kick and bass. So the melody hints at like a fairly strong structure. Pam 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 pam. That's the melody, right? If you're gonna do kick fills and stuff like that, one, if you're gonna have a kick fill, do it in like the right spot. Two, if you're gonna do a kick fill, it's probably a good idea to have the kicks follow the same melody as the melody. I do agree, it's nicely mixed. Great punchy kick. Just like these drums, right? These drums follow the same melody as, or the same rhythm. In this case it doesn't. Here, in this case it follows the same as the melody, right? All elements in a track should strive to drive home the same rhythm to the listener. I'm gonna get an offbeat bass line. Just normal rolling bass. Clean up your bass line. You can see first transient exists, second transient is messed up. I have a video on cleaning up kick and bass and how to do that. I won't explain that here because that's a little bit too long of a process. Here I would say that your supporting material, those choirs and like chords in the second drop are maybe a little bit too loud because it's muddying up, or it's breaking the not breaking. It's hiding the main melody. My signalizer is broken again. It's showing this random line. Let me fix that. Like that. No. And then now if I go here. Perfect. Now it's fixed. This bass was made before I saw your videos. Okay, that explains it. Yeah, I did make a video on that, and cleaning up your kick and bass, it's something that you're not going to notice on your headphones or even on your speakers or even on like a decent system. If you have like a little bit of a good monitoring system and some treatment, you're not really going to hear the issue. But on professional systems, especially big systems, club systems, festival systems, those kind of systems, it really is going to just mess up your kick and bass. It's going to make them sound completely differently and strange, and it's not going to work. Hello Projector, is there a way to contact you for some questions about music production? Yes. It depends on what kind of questions. If it really needs to be done privately, you can message me privately on my Discord. If you want to do it publicly, if it's like a question on something public, you can drop them in the chat right here where you're writing. Or any channel that's appropriate on my Discord server as well. Right? You can see whichever channel fits your question, you just put it in here. If you can do it publicly. It depends. If it's something privately, like asking for private lessons, coaching, mixing work, whatever you want from me, like a service, then obviously message me privately. Also, if you don't have a Discord account and you want to do it a little bit more formally, there should be a business email on the About page of my YouTube channel, which is like the very last tab. Kassabrod, hope that it isn't too crazy. Magic Panda, bang boom bang.mp3. It does sound already very crazy from the title. It's also 6 minutes of craziness. Let's have a listen.
Don't you think it's time to have some fun?
It is very crazy, it is very loud, but it's very well done. I don't like the switch to triplets. I personally just, especially with a lead like this. That does sound really cool.
Don't you think it's time to have some fun?
Bang, bang. Boom, boom. Bang, bang.
Have you ever seen?
Sometimes there's issues with your low end, and this is just too loud. What was happening there? There you can see there's like impacts.
Hasta la vista. Vista, 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 vista.
Honestly, I would write this whole track in just triplets.
Hasta la vista.
I don't understand why the intro wasn't triplets and the rest is.
It's a fucking massacre.
This is very crazy indeed. Another element, that main sweeping up sound. Okay, so now we're completely outside of the triplets. I think I said it before with a different track as well. When you're writing a track, all of the elements of a particular section should drive home the same rhythm. So if you have a triplet rhythm and then you have a non-triplet rhythm, they're going to clash, right? Now we're back to like normal eighth note. Again, you're missing your sub bass for the bass, which is the most important component for the bass. I was wondering why this bass doesn't really have any weight to it, but now I see why. If you change the intro triplets, you could still use the initial intro as a breakdown leading into the normal time section. I'll listen to the intro again in a little bit because I don't remember it, with all of the craziness going on in this track. But that, yeah, you should have like a clear separation between your triplet part and then whatever else you want. I do understand now the idea of the track having its triplet section and the other section. I would just not have the intro be like normal timing and then triplet and then back to normal. I would go triplet and then like a switch, either in a break or in a drop even, if you really want to. The piano at the end just comes in with the final little bit of Beethoven. Nice. Okay, we're temporarily out of tracks for me to listen to. I did really like that one. We're temporarily out of tracks for me to listen to. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break. It's been 1.5 hours, so I want to quickly refresh my ears. I'm going to put up one of my tracks, so you guys can listen to one of the tracks that I did. I'm going to put up a mix that I did yesterday evening. This one. Or this morning. I did this morning. It's still mix version number 1, so don't look at the waveform, don't draw any conclusions. If there's still vocals that aren't really audible, then that will still be fixed in the later mixes. For now, this is one of my tracks. I hope you enjoy it, and I'll be right back. It's like 5 minutes, and then I'll be back.
Welcome to the human condition. This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
That's the human condition.
You may be having a spiritual awakening.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
The problem was not the physical. The problem was spiritual crisis. The spiritual crisis. I can't really describe the anguish of the soul. You know, you read about the black naked soul. It was like that. Lost in thought. That's the human condition. Lost in thought. That's the human condition.
This is our show where we explore every aspect of what it means to be human.
Hello everybody. Shiva Alien, any other new names? Florent. Welcome everybody. I don't think there's any other new names that I need to welcome. I'll just send over another one. Nice. Yes, everybody. You can join my Discord, !feedback. You'll be sent here probably. And then you can add my tracks to your playlist. And then you can scroll down to feedback on stream and then you can place it here. Or here if you want to be a hipster like Hash did. But mainly here. I'm still working on this mix, it's not finished whatsoever. But I hope that you enjoyed the track either way. I have one, but at really nearly stage of mix. That's okay, you can send whatever you want. Even if it's just work in progress, I don't mind. We have another one here. This is nex122022.mp3, which again, when it comes to track titles, it's not really an inspiring title. Sorry, this is the running joke on the channel. This is by Pouch on Discord. I'm really sorry about butchering names, but that's just what I do on the stream. Let's enjoy this track together. Sounds very mysterious.
Et Sophie Pignal a choisi
Un exemple concret pour faire découvrir aux parents comme aux étudiants l'apprentissage, mais surtout faire tomber des préjugés.
Moi, je ne peux pas dépasser les 35 heures étant donné que je suis en
Contre l'apprentissage.
I would boost the vocals by like 2 dB.
C'était très difficile.
Not here though.
J'ai des chiens.
Clean up your transient
poules, des
when you have the other kick
des pigeons,
or the other basses.
des lapins. J'adore les animaux.
There's not really an interplay between the two main synths that you have. If you're gonna do like 2 synths like that, I would suggest just sticking to like a simple pattern where they do some question and answering stuff.
Des chiens, des canards, des furets, des lapins. J'en ai énormément. Les animaux. J'adore les animaux. J'ai été voir pas loin d'une 50aine de cliniques avant de trouver une clinique.
Things are speeding up.
C'était très difficile. J'adore les animaux.
That's strange. It's still playing. It just kind of randomly stopped. I felt like it needed a little bit more stuff. Maybe you're still working on it. My chat has become French. Yeah, it's really an early stage. Okay. Well, then this, yeah, if you out of key / scale in the end.
J'adore les animaux.
Or for that projector, doesn't matter. It's just. I mean, if there's 2 people talking in my chat together, then they can speak in whatever language that they want. Doesn't matter to me. We had a couple of people, Alex, who was German, who didn't really speak English, and I think my Logify used to like translate stuff for him, which was really nice. Not a fan of the switch in the end, but I like the track in general. I also feel like sonically they're too far apart. Like this is really sub-heavy. And then this isn't. Also, it's like in a different key, as somebody pointed out. It's something that I cannot really distinguish. I've been making music for 10 years, but I've never really done ear training or music theory or listening for keys and stuff like that. I always still rely on the little hacks that you use. So for example, if you want to write in minor, one of the little hacks that you can do is write in A minor, because then you can just use the white keys, right? You go here. Something like this. And if you then transpose it to any other key, it will just be another key in minor. So if you want to check or write a melody, you can do it in A minor and then transpose it. That's something that I still do after 10 years. So to me, hearing that things are out of key or stuff like that, it's not something that I'm very, very good at. Hello Sonic Flux, welcome. We have another track by Magic Panda, Psy Magic Panda remix. Again, I hope that there's no vocals or things that can be copyrighted in here. Do I have some festival or live set in the summer? Currently, I don't have anything. No. Because I suck at networking and I really need to get into DJing more. I have my console right here. It's currently being used to be a placement for all of the plates that I've been eating from for the last few days that I still need to clean. Oh. I think the vocals are a little bit too stereo. Maybe a little bit too much attack on the filter opening. The filtering opening on that bass line that you had. Is this going to be high-tech? Please tell me this is some high-tech stuff. Kinda. I would suggest not having the vocals in this part. Again, something to watch out for with these kick fills and the kick and bass mixing is that you keep everything clean, because I can see a lot of like rumbling and stuff like that. kick is a hacking chonker. For this kind of high BPM track, I would suggest personally to ditch the gallop and go for a smaller kick and the 3 bass notes, 3/16 notes, not triplets, but like 3/16 notes to get that machine gun kind of effect. Welcome to the internet, indeed. Welcome to the community, right? There's like, how many people in my Discord server? Like 500? More. Almost 600. So there's gonna be a lot of people here that will listen to your music for you. I see a few new names. Saivis, Yoshi, welcome. If you're new here on the stream and you want to submit your track, ! feedback will lead you to my Discord channel. You will join here. You can probably find here, add your track right here. So you just scroll down. While you're on the landing page though, make sure that you add some of my tracks to your playlist. Marketing. Something that I'm not very good at. Okay, next one. We have Sonic Flux with ID. So this does not have a title yet. I'm not going to make the same no title joke every single time.
Little Tommy Tompkins was the doctor for the fool. Didn't know it was the son of fool. He just said to Tommy Tompkins, well, see if you can dig my spell.
Here I would say that the kick is not really long enough. It doesn't really have the oomph to it. Steampunk psytrance, indeed. I just turned up my own volume and I do feel like it has a little bit more oomph than I thought. Kick and bass cleaning needs to be done still, but you still said this is no mastering and in progress. Your hi-hat and snare can use a lot of high frequencies. Usually you will have an extra little bump here in the spectrum, which is done by the hi-hats and the snare, open hi-hat, all of that stuff. I cannot let you listen to it, but I can show you what it should probably look like. Your spectrum should probably look like this when you're done mixing. This one. Don't do it on the master, by the way. Do it in the mix. Overall, this is very clean. It sounds very nice. The bass isn't actually that processed in terms of like phasing, right? If I pause it, you can see there's still that saw wave quality almost. Like this went through like maybe 1 or 2 multiband plugins or filter plugins. It does have a little bit of old school vibe to it. I need to bounce it. Yes, resampling. Usually that's done at the end of the production process, so I understand why you would have it that way. I would like maybe a little bit of extra like click on the bass, so while you're still have it in the MIDI state, just give it a little bit of extra click, extra transient, extra high end. Open up the filter a little bit more, right? The main filter modulation. Maybe that vocal pad is a little bit too loud, I would say. It kind of comes in a bit too much with respect to the other synths. Because those kind of vocals, those kind of pads, even if they're like transgated especially, then it's just like a atmosphere, right? Maybe overall the kick and bass can use like 2-3 dB more. Especially in like areas like this where it's so full, right? Nice. I like it. Good stuff. Let me know when it's finished. Magic Panda again. Kingdom of Eternity. Fantasy touch. I like where that's going. Personally, I would like it if the bass line stayed on one key. I mean, for this track, maybe not. But I'm personally more a fan of like tracks that stay in the same key for that bass. It's not a technical thing, that's more like a personal choice. It is like progressive high-tech. Also the drops are a lot shorter. Nice ear candy there. Here I think the vocal pads are too loud. For the whole track you had the sitar thing be the main element. Personally I would keep that. And again, the switch between triplets and non-triplets is not really something. Now this is what I'm talking about. Again, probably needs a bit of cleaning. I'll go back and check later. Can I still send a tune? Of course. I'll be here as long as there's tunes. Does it say Bliat? Where though? Exclamation point feedback, it was just dropped in the chat. You will be sent to my Discord. You'll be landing here. Sorry. And then you can add my tracks to your playlist. Once you've done that, you can go in here and post it right there. This isn't mandatory, by the way. I'm just saying it this time to see if that actually changes things and if people start to listen. I'm sorry, I'll go back into the track. Projector, may I send something I'm collabing with a friend? You can, yes, of course. As long as your friend agrees. You can even send the part that's not yours, if you really want to. I do like that you have a very unique style to the sidetracks that you're making. Because clearly this is inspired by high-tech, but it's not high-tech. I like this BPM, I also make fast. I really like fast sidetracks to listen to, I just don't produce it. I've done it a few times. Some stuff from Experimenter is going to come up soon. All of the challenge stuff, one of those high-tech tracks as well. Gonna release them all together. The ambient track and then the one that I did in reverse. And I think I have another one which is like a full track. Nice. I really like the outro motif, the way that this track finishes, the chord progression to go out to it. It really resolves really nicely. As I said before, I'm not really good at music theory and stuff like that, but this I can hear resolving well. Okay, next up, again, Pouch, Florent. I'll just say that. This is Prog Styles. Let's have a listen. I'm assuming this is like hardstyle progressive sidetracks kind of thing. Had a lot of not the traditional sidetracks that we normally have. That's very loud. I'm not a fan of soloed kicks like this, but if you're gonna do soloed kicks with such a strong rhythm behind it, I would suggest lining them up with the element behind it. Not a fan of the stereo effect that you're using on your bass. May I recommend M Stereo Spread from the tutorial that came out today instead for your stereo. This sounds like the Haas effect to me, which is a bad idea on your bassline because it doesn't differentiate between low and higher frequencies. This is a good example, this part of where you have all elements kind of contribute to the same rhythm. Before that was not really the case when the other leads were also playing. At least keep the sub info mono. Yes. Sub and maybe the first and second harmonic also. I usually have like 150 Hz to be the cutoff. I showed a tutorial on it today. Yes, there's like a minimum and maximum frequency that you can set up. And you just set the minimum frequency like 150 Hertz, maybe 200. It is the Haas effect, you can see. You can see the individual spikes from the Haas effect. So one is the left channel, the other is the right channel that we see here. Also kick and bass cleanliness. Actually looks pretty good. Oh no, I see it. I saw some transients moving around. Yeah, you can see. Transients moving all over the place. How come the high frequencies were mono there? When it went into high frequencies, it became more mono than it was with the sub bass in there. Either way, few things to change, to consider. Hopefully it's all useful. What is God? By Magic Panda. I wouldn't hard pan a main element, like your main melody line. It's the vocal line from Invisible Children by Kashmir. I've used this in a release before, back when I did hard dance. Really cool though. In this case, what you set up is like a swing. That's like a swing, right? I would then suggest also using a swing bass. Maybe an eighth note with the swing notes in there. You have a strong vocal line that now doesn't match up in rhythm with the bass line. That should be your main rhythm of the track, in my opinion, if I were to do this bass line. Also, I noticed a lot of your bass lines like these ones. Let me pause it.
We're talking about
later.
A universal.
I'll talk about that later when I can show it.
I'm going to talk to the Spirit of God within every living being. Now, whether we call that the zero-point energy field, we call that universal intelligence, we call it God. The zero-point energy field is a new.
Great vocal mix.
So it's an ocean of holographic records that houses the mineral history of every living being and makes the connection possible through means of quantum process.
This is probably the best track we've had today, up until this point. We still have another one coming up. So now we're setting up an 8th note rhythm. Pum 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 pum. Let's see what you're gonna do with it. Pum 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 pum.
Om Benzo Sato Samaya Om Benzo Sato Samaya Manu Padaya Om Benzo Sato Samaya Manu Padaya Benzo Sato Teno
What I wanted to say, your bass really has a lot of like envelope to it, to the volume. I would suggest just having a bass that is just like flat. Get that extra oomph, that extra power out of it. Here again, so we really have two grooves that aren't really matching, right? We have the pum 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 pum, and then you have the triplet. I can play it later with like hi-hats and you can really hear the difference between the two grooves. Overall, I would say production quality wise, as I said, this is the best track we've had, but this is production quality wise, it's almost near perfect. There's some psychological things that are in there, which is setting up an expectation and then not delivering on it by changing up the rhythm or overlapping two different rhythms. But overall, like sound design and mixing wise, this is perfect. Okay, maybe your snare shouldn't have such a strong fundamental. It doesn't really need that information down low. Oh, I paused the wrong thing. I wanted to pause this. We have Telecommunication T4. We have a lot of tracks coming up actually. Nice. Kick and bass separation. There's some issues here with this one bass line. The rest seems very, very clean. So that's good. Maybe a little bit too much sub. Generally speaking, for this kind of sidetrends, the sub trails off a little bit under the first harmonic. So you have first harmonic here, and then you have your sub like right there instead of above it. That's kind of the traditional way of doing it. I don't really know why it is. It's not wrong. It's not wrong. It's like stylistic. I do feel like maybe it's a little bit too much on the sub right now. But the overall space making in this track is really well done. Each element has its own unique little box where it can sit in. Time for a snack for me. Hello Tanka, at least one coffee. How are you guys doing? Welcome. Stefan. Any other names that I missed? I don't think so. Welcome. This is really well done. I really like this. By the way, all of this lower information here probably isn't really there. It might have to do with the FFT window not capturing that. It's not always the case that this is like accurate, the very low frequencies. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. This analyzer is just not, like it's not perfect, I would say, for the very low frequencies. has to do with the window type and the window size and then peak tracking, which is actually showing the information on there. You can see it looks like there's like a bunch of hills there, which doesn't really make sense if you think about it. There shouldn't be peaks there of information. It should just be rumble. So that's why I would conclude that maybe there's really no information there actually. I don't have time today to sit and listen. Well, thank you for stopping by either way. Here again you can see when I talked about a few tracks ago about the little bump, you can see it's slightly present here, right? So this is what you want. You want your cymbals to just have that little bit of extra grit. You can get away with a little bit of extra high end if you wanted to. If you want to keep this track a little bit darker, then you're okay. But I wouldn't go any lower on them. Nice transition. I think there was a little bit of it's that pad that's masking a little bit. I think there was a pad or atmosphere in the end there. Dipicus, welcome. A lot of people coming in today, a lot of different submissions as well. Right now we have a live again by Magic Panda. I'm just going to go as quick as possible because I need to actually catch up a little bit. Not really a fan of the snare. It sounds panned to the left for some reason. Overall, a very danceable track, very groovy track. Stab over two kicks sounds a little bit strange. That stab over 2 kicks doesn't really make a lot of sense, to be honest. Snare is a chorus on it. But overall, I would say the sample over itself also doesn't really sound that great. Apart from it just being panned to the left. Even if it has a chorus on it, it should still be a central copy, a left copy and a right copy. Because that's what a chorus does, right? It creates 2 side copies. And then you turn the mix down so that you still retain your mono central copy. I think something went wrong in that regard. Clean kick and bass. I like it. Not my style, but good transitions. I agree. It's very unique. It's not the traditional kind of sidetrance because it's uplifting and happy and melodic. But in terms of its execution and like the production, really good.
I see million shades of colors surrounded by the air we breathe to realize I'm still alive. The sunset warms my skin today. The rain cools
2 dB extra on the vocals, probably. Because they're vocoded, they need a little bit of extra volume to be understandable. Sounds a bit like 80s disco. With that snare, I do agree, yes. One thing that I would recommend on your bass line, I don't know if you're doing this when the heads are playing, but you're definitely not doing it when the heads are not playing. And that is to remove the very high frequencies. Like, realistically, anything above 10k you don't need for your bass line transient. And that's the space that your heads need. Reminds me of whales and dolphins. The pitching, long kind of sound there, yes. Sorry, but why Magic Panda not yet at Ozora? Maybe this isn't really the Ozora vibe, but this is definitely something that you can send to a label to start off with and just see how they react. Right? Because in terms of production quality, you're very close there. It's just, I'm scared that this style is a little bit too unique for the traditional psytrance labels. Maybe you would be better off sending this to EDM labels instead. Right? Let's see. George Silva. Test 146 V1 2023 0507. You guys need to name your tracks. Really. No, I'm just joking. It's a bit of a running joke. By the way, I saw that there were a few new people in chat. When I'm doing feedback streams, you might have noticed that I'm fairly critical and that I'm only talking about negative things when the track is actually playing. It's not that I don't want to talk about all of the positive things about the track. The only thing is I want you guys to hear the track as well, and therefore I only focus on the negative, so I keep the talking to a minimum. That's the only reason. I'm not trying to be negative on purpose, that's just so that you guys can hear as much of the track as possible. With that being said, let's continue. I'm so overwhelmed, I didn't expect that reaction. I mean, you make good music, there's nothing more that I can say. Nice groove. Your baseline, I think after this oscillation you should just go to 0 dB, right? This last oscillation isn't doing anything for you and you're running into issues with potentially getting messy kicks and basses. So when you resample, make sure that your fades are such that this last oscillation isn't there. But overall the tonality and the vibes to it is really good. Here you can see what I meant with the kick and bass relationship between the first harmonic's volume and the second harmonic. Second harmonic hits, or the first harmonic hits here, and then the second harmonic hits here, right? Slightly higher, or maybe like an equal level. That's kind of the standard. I don't think that synth needs to be mono. Can use a ping pong delay, can use stereo width, stereo spreading. Hello Hardwick, welcome. I think I've already heard like 3 sounds in the track that I've heard before. Now I know for a fact that George is a beginner, so it's very impressive that he even makes something like this. But I'd love to see some more unique sound design. This is 100% for certain a preset that I've heard before. It's not like a problem, it's not like it's sounding bad. I'm embarrassed of my track just by listening to all these tracks. If you want a little bit of less embarrassment, then you should post your track, because then we can all praise it. That's also a preset that I've heard before. That little fill synth. One of the problems that you have with a track that is like fully based on presets, and the reason why I don't use a lot of presets is it lacks identity. Like everything technically works, but there's nothing that's memorable about the track. Right? Does that make sense? There's... all of the sounds work for the track, but nothing stands out. There's no big, like, real-world instrument. There's not like a big vocal shout or something that's really unique to your track. This has all been done before. Volux welcome. Sorry if I skipped over your name earlier when welcoming people. These are sounds from the track. Give me a second so I can find it. Light Frequency, the other one from Outsiders and Oasis by Faders, Rajaram, and I think Outsiders as well. If I'm not mistaken. No, Faders, Malicia, and Rajaram. Track called Oasis uses some of the same sounds as this track. So again, not to say that they're bad sounds or anything. It's just that it's already used, right? It's like another rock track using the same chord from Smoke on the Water. Also that final atmosphere I've heard before in like professional tracks. It's not a critique. I know George, he is a beginner, he's just experimenting and he's creating some really, really good music with the limited tools and the limited knowledge that he has. Like, this is really impressive. Production quality-wise, this is really impressive. It's just not very special. And that would be the next step. That would be your next progression. How can I now start to learn sound design myself so that I can integrate my own unique sound into tracks like this? Right? That would be the next step. Okay. In the next track, there's a 185 in the title, so I'm really hoping that that's just going to be some really strong high-tech stuff. Skywalker and Yucatec Saiyan Legacy. Kinda there. Minimal high-tech. I do like it. Cool kind of atonal motif there. There we are. I think that plug melody is a little bit strange, doesn't really work with the track. With like the rhythm. Bum, 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 bum. Like the high tech is really based on that kick power, right? So you would want to write melodies that enforce the beat. Bum, 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 bum. 184 and 185. This is 185, it says it in the title. If for whatever reason you guys want to listen back to some of the tracks that I'm featuring here on the feedback or follow some of the artists, you can always search for it yourself here. There's no real way for me to show you which track I'm playing without covering up the analyzers and such, I think, because some of them are like in Discord, some of them are in SoundCloud or Google Drive or whatever you guys send it to me with. But I say the titles at the start, so you should be able to find them back. Now here you have a melody that could potentially do that, right? Where it enforces the kick. Now it's no longer there, so it's no longer needed. The check cleanliness. Slight mess here with the transients. Obviously a quick resample will fix that. This is already a lot more forceful. I like this a lot more in terms of the melody. This as well, in terms of melody, this works a lot better with your kick. Autoplay. That last part was not part of the track. It just kind of finishes there. It does sound really, really cool. I really like that. Auto is coming through. We have another demo by Elo Sun. Right? Yes. Nice. I'm starting to catch up a little bit, so after this I'll do a little recap of the track again, like I usually do, instead of immediately moving on. I just did that because I saw that we get like 10 new messages. I now see that there's also a lot of just chatting in there. Another one of those very dark bass lines, I think. Doesn't have a sub bass yet, but hopefully that will come soon. Little bit empty, this part here. I also wonder what this is. I don't think that that's... Maybe it's from the pad itself. Starting to build up to something. It's like you accidentally muted your kick and bass group. There we are. I got a little bit confused with the kick just kind of coming in, because it didn't feel like it was on the beat where I expected it to be, which is sometimes a nice effect. like what you did with that percussion. Bassline has no processing on it. I don't know if you want that. Also, I cannot judge the cleanliness if there's no processing on it, because then... snare / clap, whatever this is, to on top of the track. It's very low in its frequencies. It's like here instead of the higher part where it's normally at. It's a little bit loud, but I don't dislike where it sits in terms of frequencies. I would like a little bit of extra, like air or high end every once in a while, maybe. Some kind of head loop or something like that. Do a song in C#, it's hard to get the frequency spectrum right. It shouldn't be it shouldn't be harder than any other key. The big problem that you're going to run into with C# is that your sub bass is technically too low for most systems. But to me, it doesn't sound off the track here in terms of the amount of sub that it has. Overall, it's like a really nice production. I shouldn't say it's just a really nice production. There's just a few details to get fixed. And I wonder why the bass isn't processed yet, like no processing at all. I would personally probably have like 2-3 phase shifting filters on there, something like that. If you're going for something dark, you really want that snap that you get from the phase shifting in the transient. Either way, Dippigus, he always makes really extreme sidetrans. I mean, fairly fast usually. I'm curious what you have in store. You see? Crazy stuff. 162 today. 162. I expected more from you, but okay. No worries. I mean, listen to this. This is what a processed bassline feels like, right? You can see it, and it's also clean. It's also resampled, all processed, all put well together. You can hear the kind of knock that it has. That's what the last track was, in my opinion, missing. It's Heart Attack. would suggest at this point you remove the like very delayed sounds that you have in the stereo field, and then you replace that with like a high-tech synth doing 60-note sequences, because that's a really nice switch up to keep things a little bit more interesting. And it would still work with the track, right? I really like your atmospheres in terms of the delay ambience, the reverb ambience that you have, but having that throughout the whole track is maybe a little bit overwhelming. So by processing, do you mean resampling the MIDI track to audio and then cutting the release manually? So that's what you do for resampling, cleaning. With processing, I'll show it later. I'll show bass processing, the kind of traditional bass processing later. I'll show you what I mean. This is nice. Here we go into a new, like clearly new section with more atmospheric stuff, and the leads kind of die down a little bit. I would say that you're just on the edge of like keeping things interesting, right? It's not the constant same sounds. They are all very, very similar, and there's a lot of stuff happening, creating this almost constant delay reverb atmosphere. But there's just enough change for it to work. If you want a little bit more change, I could definitely see that, why you would do that. Some parts where you just have a little bit less delay and reverb on them, so you can create some more grittiness. Always requires more variation so it won't get boring. It's different. This is more like a when you have the real big variations like you have with the other track that you sent, I think, right? The Skywalker thing. Saiyan Legend T185. Was that you? I don't remember anymore. Sky Music. Whoever Sky Music was and whoever sent it, yeah, that was you. Yeah, in that case it's more like the high tech, which is it's different from dark. This is clearly like dark side, or maybe even like in the forest area. I would say it's dark. There it's more about the atmosphere, but high tech it's really about the clear synths one after the other. You can also feel like the difference in the bassline. If this was a high track, the bassline would be up by an octave. Less variation in micro scale, more in macro scale. Yeah, I'm thinking about it, what that would mean. Yeah, you would just, as I suggested, at some point you would just remove all of the elements and then go into a whole new suite of elements. That's not really what's like happening here. It's a constant morph between all of the elements. This track is sick. Yes, I very much agree. Like I always say, I don't say the positive things because I don't want to talk too much. Even though that's what I've been doing for the whole track basically. Great track. Love it. As I said, there's some different philosophies that you can do in terms of the amount of like morphing versus cutting, going into new elements you want to have. But overall, very, very good track. Slower tracks can focus more on developing single sounds. Yes, 100%. It's also because with like slower tracks, it's generally a little bit more commercial, so people tend to go less crazy on their sound design. There are outliers though. One of the artists that I really, really enjoy his work from is Cambium. It's a guy that I have in my playlist a little bit lower, I think. Some cool tracks from him. He does it very well with the like philosophy of when should you morph and when should you just cut, switch, and then place new elements. One of my favorite psytrance tracks all time is where is it? Now I don't remember the name even, but I remember the card from it. The like what's it called? The artwork. I'll find it and then I'll talk about bass processing. By the way, this is also somewhere in my Discord. If you want to listen to the music that I listen to, it should be somewhere in my Discord as well. There should be like a link to this playlist, Psychedelic Favorites, somewhere. I can't find it. Fractions of Infinity, there it is. This one. Great track. He's very good in the consideration of when should you do like a switch or something like that, and when should you do just like a morph between elements or something like that. Okay, talking bass processing. I am a little bit of a hipster in bass processing in that I don't do any of the stuff that people do traditionally, but I'll try my best. Let's get to a sensible BPM, one that I can work with, and let's get ourselves a kick. I'm still going to be working on this, by the way, for everybody wondering. Just needs a little bit more time to work on the kickback and everything there. So we are in F sharp for this one. You want to lay out your bass line, something like this. And then you want to make a bass patch, right? I'm just going to try to make something as quickly as possible. High. We have our bass line, but it's not really sounding that great yet. Let's get some velocity in here. Doesn't really sound great, but what we can do is some processing, and what I want to do that with is one of the more common plugins for that, and that is Vitamin. Probably everybody knows about this plugin because it's fairly famous within Psytrance. So what you're doing with processing is you're not necessarily doing the processing, right? This plugin is divided up into its crossovers up here, some global controls on the side, and then the main processing that it does, which I believe is saturation. I'm not 100% sure. Yes, I'm sorry for the waves plugins. There's been some drama, but I like Vitamin, so Vitamin. And Vitamin is very famous for this because of the type of filters that it uses. So you can probably already guess that it has to do something with the filters themselves. So let's keep off all of the processing and let's open up our SciScope so we can see what happens when we actually add filters and modify filters on the bass patch. So I'm going to just open this up, quickly set up our kick and our bass. And it's always a good idea when you're doing processing or synthesis for kick and bass to check out what is going on. For one, the volume of my kick is very loud comparing to my bass. But you would probably have a setup somewhat like this. And I didn't fix this. Perfect. That's how it should be. You can see this no longer looks like a saw wave, right? This looks like a very, very strange waveform if we zoom into it. You can see there's this weird wobble going on there, and it looks nothing like the waveform that we started with. That's all due to the processing. If I move this off, you can see we still have saw wave going up, saw wave going up. Let's now set these and change these. You can see it changing with the frequencies that I set, right? Do you see how the waveform changes? If I now add a few more, do you hear the kind of power and the kind of strange click that we're getting from it? You can describe it as almost like a lasery metallic sound. You get some weight to it, it gets some punch to it, it gets some strength to it. And the fun thing is, we shouldn't actually be changing any of the spectral content. You can see the spectrum stays the same. So that's what bass processing is. Now, what is the problem with bass processing? Is that you probably have seen it already. If you don't have any processing, everybody's happy with the MIDI, right? It just looks fine and there's no issues here. I turn on the processing. What's happening to my kick? Why is this transient not looking like this transient? Well, what's actually happening here is that this filter is extending certain frequencies and making them play later. It's doing a phase rotation and it's also extending those frequencies. What that means is that at each crossover, the frequencies that are playing there are going to be a little bit longer. You're going to have post-ringing. It sounds wetter. Yeah, that would be a way to describe it. It sounds more processed. Causes artifacts, phase artifacts. Yes. So post-ringing literally means that a frequency playing at 82 Hz is going to play slightly longer than it would if that filter wasn't there. And obviously we have stacked 3 of them after each other. So you're going to end up with the situation where that frequency is going to overlap. It's going to come here, it's going to overlap into the transient of your kick. Or it's going to come here, overlap into the transient of your another bass. That's why we do resampling. That's why we go in here. It's 3 vitamins, so I had to close it 3 times. What we do, probably most of us, is we isolate one bass note. You always want to do one bass note so that you don't actually record the post ringing from one bass note into the next. And then you can record this. Obviously with the processing on, otherwise it doesn't work. You can see now that if I record it, how it becomes longer than the actual note itself. Do you see how it's slightly longer? This is what we want to get rid of and trim. So we just go like this. And then we can consolidate this, duplicate it. We can place it here and we can bring back our volume structure if we want to. So for example, something like this. And then a difference of like 2 dB. And you end up with a bass line like this. But resample after processing, or do you process the audio after? Anytime you process the audio, after that you need to do resampling to make sure that you get back a clean bass line, right? If I were to now go in here and say, oh, I have resampled it, but I really want to remove the lowest frequencies because I don't need them. Let's have a look at this here in the analyzer. Let's see what that does. Just a filter to get rid of all of the lower muddy frequencies that you don't need. There isn't any frequencies there, so cutting this shouldn't cause any problems, right? Wrong. Do you see what a mess this is? Look at this. Clean kick and bass, apart from it being too loud now. Clean kick and bass. If I turn on this filter, if I turn on any processing with filters, you get a mess. So you always resample after you've done all of the processing, and then you just rearrange the kick and bass, and then you do as minimal filtering as possible. There's a lot of people that like do more filtering and stuff like that, and this is the issue that you're going to run into. Even if you're doing it on the kick and bass group, if you're doing, for example, your high pass, low pass transitions, you want to probably do that with some linear phase filter, or you might want to do it and turn the filters off when you're not using them. So there's people that build their own rack so that the filter automatically turns off when it's at its lowest position, and then you just remove all of the what if I change oversampling rate? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This has nothing to do with oversampling. This is not the same kind of distortion that you would get from aliasing. Yes, it also means that there's a lot of work if you want to do, for example, bass melodies, because what you need to do is you would need to go here, and then you would go there, and then you would go there, and you would create your different notes, like, oh, okay, I want an octave, and I want a perfect fifth, something like this. You would need to re-record this. Hello? Oh, yeah, of course. You would need to re-record this and then recreate your melody with audio, essentially. If you want this, for example, here, you just have to do something like this. This is not the kind of distortion that comes from aliasing, so oversampling has nothing to do with this. This is filter phase shift. It's an inherent property of filters. Filters just change the phase of certain frequencies around cutoff points. Even, by the way, other filters. If you have an EQ and you want to go in here and you do a boost like this, this also causes a phase shift. It's very, very minimal, and it's also dependent on both the Q factor, with higher Q factors doing more phase shift, as well as the gain. The way I've been taught it is that the change in rate of ascent and descent is where the phase shifts are the maximum. So, for example, here, the rate at which it goes up or down, this curve, is very great because it's changing from going up to going down. So there's going to be a lot of phase shift around this area. Here it's straight, and here it's also straight. So there's no change in like the slope of it, in the descent or ascending, if this curve is going up or down or something like that. So there's very little phase shift in this frequency. What that means for us is that if we want to, for example, do a filtering here or an EQ band here, it's not necessarily going to affect these frequencies. And that we can look at with the size scope again, by looking at like low pass filters instead of this one. You can see the phase issues starting to appear when you start to low pass the kick and bass beyond a certain point. I'm gonna do a like very steep filter. Again, steeper means a lot more phase shift. You can see right now, not really a problem, but at some point it should become a problem. Actually, I need to do this, I guess, because it's on the group. You can see it changing a little bit, but suddenly it starts to change completely, right? Even where the lower frequencies sit. Do you see them moving left to right? Mainly on the kick here. That's that phase shift. So it's about multiband compression. Any type of filters. So multiband compressors, EQs, even certain plugins that you don't know cause a phase shift. I, for example, really like this saturation unit called Lux, but this has a high pass filter built in it. And the only reason that I found out is because I put it on my bassline at one time. Where did I put this? Here, right? Look how it messes with the bass. The best way to find this out, the best way to play with different, or to find out processing is just to have SciScope installed. Every sidetrans producer should have either the free version that I'm using here or the pro version, which I should be getting. This is gold for any sidetrans producer because you just literally watch, right? Actually, I should do it like this so that we only see the group and how that is affected. Now we should be able to actually see what was happening with Lux. But you can still see the phase shift appearing, right? Right here. You can see it right there. You can see it in the transient. It's going to show up mostly in transients. It's to create that effect to alter the bass. Yes. If you want a really pro technique, I have a couple of videos on phase shift themselves. The way that I do processing, and I know I'm a bit of a hipster, I said it before, is I use this one plugin called M-Freeform Phase. Viewers of my channels probably know this. This is a plugin that allows you to change the phase per frequency. So I can just say at 100 Hertz, I want a nice big 360 degrees, or probably more useful, a 180 degree phase shift right here. This is a free plugin, by the way. You can just get this. The way that I use it is I have a preset that looks somewhat like this, and I just set processing amount right here. Which means that for me, when it comes to processing, please be on. This is the only plugin I use. And look how powerful it is in terms of being able to see what's going on. Or with the processing. I need to move things around. You can just see I want more and more phasing. You can get really crazy if you really want to. But this just is like a phased bassline as if I was processing it with a multiband. Only I just have to do it in one plugin and I can exactly set how much I want to have. I can hold Control or Alt, is it? I think Control for like small tuning, fine tuning. This is also, I would suggest, a must have for bassline creation. I've even moved on from this trick though, the M freeform phase. I still use it sometimes if I need to add extra phasing in the mixing phase, which is something that you can do easily. Because in the mixing phase you already have done your processing, so the amount of phasing is usually very little. So I stay in like 20, 30, maybe 40%. And then what I can do, instead of resampling everything, I can just say, okay, I'm going to just fix any problems that the kick has with an LFO tool like this. Ooh. Please be in the... And then I just set the phase to where it needs to be. Right, and you just go like this. That's also a good way. This is just if you do very little processing, something like this, then it would be okay. If you go very high, then obviously you have this bassline going into that bassline, which is not something that you can solve with LFO tool. At least not if they're all on the same track. The other next level, for those that are interested, and then I'll really stop and I'll get back into listening to your tracks, is in my wavetables pack, the one that just released. If you go into saw waves, there is M freeform phase saw processing normalized. This is a wavetable that already has the processing in there. Right, so you can dial in the amount of processing that you want in your bassline without ever actually needing to process it, which means that if we look in here, saw waves, processing, and we set up, I don't know, a phase shift or something like this. I like to do the transient at the zero crossing. If you look now, we get a perfectly clean bassline. Let me actually align this again. Without any issues, right? Without any cleanliness issues. And the reason for that is obviously because we are essentially applying the processing first and then the volume. So this is taking care of all of our post ringing, which could potentially be there, which it's not even there because this is a wavetable, so there's no post ringing. You just get processed bassline from this. That's how I like to do it, but that's for really advanced stuff. I won't show you guys the M Sound Factory patch because that's too much. That's another level higher. There's a video on that. It's more than an hour long. If you're really interested in very, very complex kick and bass stuff, then I have several videos. I actually have a playlist on bass, specifically on bassline creation and processing and all of the things that we'd like to talk about as psytrance producers. And if you watch all of them back to back and you can show me proof of that, I will give you any one of my products for free. Because it's a long playlist. There's one video that's 1 hour and 6 minutes, right? This is the last one. This is the M Sound Factory patch. You would obviously start from the first one and then work your way up. If you watch this whole playlist, you know everything that I know. One of them is 2 hours long, then there's a correction on that, and then there's a bunch more things that you can do. And eventually it ends up with me creating this M Sound Factory patch, which I've been using recently, which is really, really powerful. I should... wait, can I link this playlist so that I can just drop it in the chat? Get shareable link. There we are. For anybody interested in more psytrance bass content, there we are. Okay. Now I need to remember where we left off. Did we leave off? Yes, here. Okay, Magic Panda, we have another track of his, I think. Right? Yes.
See me driving to the moon and to the stars. See me driving to the moon and to the stars.
I like this vibe. Hello, Asset. Welcome. There we are. Now what you just did now with this track is that you actually gave us the rhythm that I was expecting. And probably many others as well. This is more like a sliding bass than even an off-beat bass line. Right? Yeah, this is not an offbeat bass line. Then it makes less sense. I would go for just an offbeat bass line because you have such a strong offbeat theme again within your track with the guitar and everything that you set up. This is definitely more on the psychedelic side from what we've heard from you. Right? The other ones were a little bit more progressive. Really an addictive kind of track. Still has the kind of happiness factor that you had in your other productions. My stereoscope is spazzing out again. Just use this for the average and this for the panning. Don't worry about the graph itself. Not this vocal, but the vocal we had before, a little bit before in the beginning of the break, was maybe a little bit too quiet. It's always hard to mix vocals because you know what they say, but the listener doesn't. So the listener needs a little bit more volume than you need to understand the vocal in the mix. What's the name of the analyzer on the screen? This is Signalizer. Right up here, Signalizer. And then I have presets by a guy named Musar. Used to do production on Twitch, and I joined his analyzer presets because there's presets for this. Can I EQ the vocal to stand out more? Personally, I would EQ the rest. Create a little bit of extra space where the vocal sits, or you can just boost the volume. If your mastering chains allows that, if you're not already at your headroom. This is Magic Panda to the moon and the stars. Didn't I say at the beginning? I'm sorry. This is a very good example, by the way, for anybody wondering, of melodic theme. We have multiple elements playing the same melody. Not these two synths that we just heard, also these synths that we just heard, but also the vocal. They are playing the melody from the vocal that we heard in the break. This is also playing the same melody. Right, and all of those different elements playing technically the same melody or very similar melody, if you want to include rhythm in there. It's going to create a very strong theme, a very memorable track, which this definitely is. And again, it just resolves and finishes there. Very, very nice. Very good production. I think I mentioned a few details at the beginning, but at the end I was just in the music, which is exactly what you want. Hardwick. Kristal Augen. Ah, this is the track with Klaus. Ooh. Here we go. This is Hardwick and Klaus together.
Deine Augen sind wie Gletscher, rein und kristallin, klar und heiter. Die Augen sind
The melody was played too often at the end. I forgot the
erreichen. Die
thing.
Augen dienen dem Zweck.
I don't think so, to be honest.
Diese Gefühlswelt könnte sich offenbaren mit nur
I'm happy to inform you that Klaus make great presets. Very much so. I agree.
Deine Augen sind wie Gletscher.
Very good. Strange choice to have the snare every bar, but it doesn't really bother. Something different. For a one shot, that lower thing is maybe a little bit too loud. It's not really a one shot, but it's not constantly playing. Overpowering a little bit of the higher melody elements. Here's the Klausian beats. Hello Wave Morpher. Long time no see. I think this has been my most popular stream of all time today. That paired with some of the best music we've had in the feedback sessions. Like for this track, I think I mentioned one thing, but for the rest I have nothing to point out. Maybe the only thing that is a little bit strange is this transition to suddenly going to offbeat. I would do that in its own drop, like you have here. bring in the vocals, some unique elements. It's basically what you're doing now. I wouldn't go to the offbeat bass before you hit them with that in the new drop, in the new section. Yeah, you found something else to say. I did something more.
Rein und kristallin, klar und heiter. Die Augen sind der Spiegel deiner Seele. Was Worte nicht erreichen, die Augen dienen dem Zweck.
For those wondering, this is completely broken now. I should probably replace it again.
Deine Augen sind die Gletscher.
It's just a normal stereo spectrum for this track. There wasn't anything strange happening. Here as well, I'm personally not a fan of just like the instant switch up. I would recommend a little bit of a fill between the rolling bass line and the offbeat bass line. I like the little wobble here. Reminds me of a track by Ace Ventura that does that kind of wobble for every beat. Very nice. I can't wait for this to be finished and released. Great stuff. We've had some really high quality tracks today. We have 2 more tracks. How long have I been streaming? Almost 4 hours. Wow. Starting to push on my head here. The headphones. Either way, we have 2 more tracks. I'm just going to sit here. If more tracks appear, then so be it. If not, I'm just gonna finish the stream then. We have Ketamine, again by Magic Panda. I think it's the same Discord account that posted it, so I assume so. Captain Hook style. Captain Hook vibes. It's the same bass line as Space and Time. Little difference. But same kind of texture, same kind of vibe to it. I'm not really a fan of the kick itself. Bit of a wonky transient to it. And one of the things to check for is again blendiness, which is really hard with this kind of bass line, by the way, because every note is different. Right, you have to resample for every note and then phase align them each separately. There is a decent chance that with this bassline I'm going to get a copyright strike from Captain Hook. Captain Hook Time and Space, it's, I think, the exact same bass melody. Don't get me wrong, I really like it. It works for the track. And all of the other sound design that sits on top is fairly different. It still has a very Captain Hook feel to it. I wouldn't be surprised if you were listening to some Captain Hook before you made this. After my tutorial, yeah, honestly, replace the kick, get a better kick, a stronger, punchier kick, and then make sure that you don't have any issues. Here, probably the best approach would be to just LFO tool it and say, okay, it's not going to be as tight as you would want it to be, but it's a sliding bass line, so it doesn't really matter too much. Like Peter Pan, no, the artist Captain Hook. Somewhere here. Time and Space. I think it's this one. The Origin album, by the way, is a great album. Peter Pan of the Silence. He did set himself up for that kind of thing with that kind of name. What genre is this kind of music? I would say it's progressive psytrance, but it's really hard to put this in. It's like I would almost call this its own genre with like the Captain Hook kind of producers that are out there. There's a few people who do that. There's Captain Hook himself. Because the structure is different. I did a tutorial on Captain Hook style tracks a long time ago. But his way of structuring is different. Obviously his sound design is different. His kick and bass technique is different. Yeah, side techno might be the best way to describe it. Especially with this kind of vocals in there. If you're gonna be referencing drugs, then it definitely has to do with techno. Happy Magic Psy Panda Trance. Okay, these chords are directly just joined from the Captain Hook track. Or from my tutorial. But like the chord progression, I'm like 90% sure is either in my tutorial version of the Captain Hook style track or Time and Space itself. Like I'll quickly play it. I know I'm going to get striked for this anyway. Do you hear the bass melody? It's the same one. I don't care, it's funny that you came up with the same bass melody. Maybe you were inspired with this, maybe you said you watched my tutorial on it. Ah yeah, wait. I made 2 tutorials on Captain Hook, no? Captain Hook. I made one on like a full track of his. But I also made the one on his bass lines. Ah, that's where you got it from. There's the link. Yeah, you cannot post links in my chat. YouTube blocks links for you. But I think I know which one you mean. I can post a link. This one, right? Yeah, it's I think I can turn it on somewhere in my settings in YouTube Studio, but it's I don't know where. Also, I don't want the links to be on because it is beneficial to have them off because it deters people that do like the Telegram scams. I also have a bunch of words that you cannot say in my chat, like WhatsApp, Telegram, NFT. I have blocked. I have Bitcoin blocked. I have a bunch of those kind of words. I just have to have blocked because otherwise there's like those impersonator people that create like the same profile as you and then say you have won a giveaway. Click here to redeem your link. Go to my Telegram group and get scammed. I don't want that, so I have to keep a bunch of different things blocked. Either way, we've come to the next track. This is Mind Over Matter. Mind Over Matter by Space Riders, also known as Acid 25, or just Acids for his friends. Either way, if this is still the last track when the track is over, then I'm going to finish the stream, otherwise I'll listen to more. You guys can hold me hostage if you want to.
We are truly multi-dimensional beings. The secret house of our minds, galactic consciousness.
I think the vocals are clear enough to understand that you're not really able to hear them and understand them, right? It's just glitching and delaying and affected and stuff like that. Very bouncy kind of track. I was gonna say bass, but there's multiple bass sounds in there that contribute to the bounciness of it.
Mind over matter.
It is very, very mono though. You can see it here. It's definitely more mono than we've had for some other sounds, like even like a few lead sounds that just feel completely mono. You can play definitely more with like the stereo space in here. So then let's do one more. Sounds good? As I said, you guys can just keep me hostage if you want to. Also, by the way, welcome Lade. That's not a name I've seen before today. Now here the vocals should be louder. Those vocals you should be understanding, right? They were saying something.
Beyond the physical universe.
Didn't mix much about stereo yet. Yeah, it's... You can hear that it's something that you haven't paid attention to yet. I like to point those things out still if I hear it. If there's like a consistent thing, because it may be that you're just not hearing it. Maybe you have like a weird, I don't know, monitoring system or something like that. I do really like that you really separated your grooves in this track. A little bit different than some of the other tracks that we had where it just switched immediately. Here we had a little break and now we should be coming up to a bigger break. I have the waveform right on the third monitor.
Reprogramming our belief systems. The human race is an evolving species. Human intention can significantly influence properties of materials and the nature of reality.
To be honest, the kick transient sounds a little bit muffled here. I would hope a little bit extra grit in that like airy frequency from the kick. For the rest, like the cymbals are doing their job. Bass is definitely on the loud side, but I think what I would do here is fix the kick so that the kick is more present in the higher frequencies, so you get a little bit of extra like snap out of it, a little bit of extra Not so much, it's not punch, right? But it's just that very tiny click that you would want from a kick like this. So that it stands out more from the bass on a spectrum level, not so much volume. I feel it is hard to combine Psy with sounds and aesthetic from other genres. I think maybe you should go back a little bit in the stream, because we've had everything from violins to guitars, we've had harps, sitars, a whole bunch of different real-world instruments that you can just implement into a track. Oh. Autoplay, I hate the autoplay. Great track, I like it. I like it. As I said, there are a few details to work out, but and the stereo mix, a few details in the stereo mix, but other than that, very well done. A sharp 156. Again, you guys with your musical titles, give your track a name. No, I shouldn't say it like that. I used to have, he's not here, HRMS. I used to have a running joke of him that he would always say that his tracks were not named very inspiringly. So I just tell that to everyone right now. I do think that if you have a title in mind, you should definitely give it a title, because it's easier to produce if you have a theme in mind. But if you don't, immediately just jumping in. Would this be considered hard techno then? I think it is, no? Yes, definitely. With the hi-hats. It could have been like, it's called acid core, but I think that's a little bit more aggressive on the kick. And then obviously there's gonna be more acid, if that was the case. Very hype track, I really like it. These vocal pads might be a little bit too loud. You can see now the shape of your drop is like completely changing. That's usually an indication of an element just being a little bit too loud, or maybe having a few too many low frequencies, which I don't think is the case for this one. See you, dude. I think the chat is still split on whether this is acid core or some kind of hard techno or whatever. It's suddenly very, very high. It's like acid core without the acid. Yeah, it's missing the acid for an acid core track. If that's the like technical definition, right? It's the hard kick and the acid. I finished my drink. It's just core. Whatever it is, it sounds really, really nice. I don't have a lot of things to say, actually. I think I pointed out a few issues with some elements being maybe a bit on the loud side, overpowering your kick bass. Is this even a kick and a bass, or is this just a very long kick? I think it might be just a very long kick, like the Frenchcore kick I did before in the stream. Absent core. Looks like one kick to me. It's a kick that just kind of filters open again. It's a kick, sub bass, and mid-high bass. Okay, interesting. Honestly, if I were to make a kick something like this, I would try to keep it all in one patch, because it saves you the trouble of having to like phase line everything. But it doesn't seem to stop you. I guess the mid layer makes sense, right? Because then you would have your kick provide the sub for that part, and then the mid layer just kind of comes in. Here again you can see, and also here maybe, that some of the elements are starting to overpower the kick and the bass. The best way to do that is, if you're going to go into your mixing stages, if you have those issues, is a nice multi-band compressor with like 4 or 5 bands, all doing, I guess, like 5 dB of gain reduction, and then also 5 dB of makeup gain, and then you go into your compressor of choice. So normally you would just attack some kind of synth like this, where you have it overpowering and you want it to lower the volume with like a normal compressor. I like to do it where you kind of prepare it for the compressor by having the multi-band compressor do a lot of the heavy lifting on individual like frequency boxes, and then your main compressor doesn't have to do so much work. Great, that's the whole track. We have one more. I'm actually being held hostage here because just before this track finished, Space Riders or Acid posted another track. You can hear my talking starts to get worse. It's becoming too much. No, don't worry, I'm feeling fine. This is Trans Tribe, D minor 140 BPM. It sounds to me like that vocal pad is being suffocated by the effects and the synths. I heard it before, but I was like, it's just that one time I'm not going to say anything. But here you can definitely hear it. In that little pre-drop break thing. Can I upload 10 tracks now? You can. I don't think I will listen to all 10 of them. I was a little bit joking when I say I would be here all evening. If you upload 10 tracks right now, you won't get short form content tomorrow. Because that's what I need to edit tonight. I'm gonna be making shorts again. I don't doubt that you have 10 tracks laying around, so I was really trying to be careful here, Klaus. I don't like the snares lower fundamental. Usually in sidetrance even the fundamentals in the samples are already removed. But I would personally like completely remove them. if they're there, right? There's a lot of. I would have loved it if you had done more with the vocal in there, in that segment. Like turn it into a little bit of a loop. Instead we get this format lead in here. You could just replace that with the vocals. Turn them into a loop. Also this offbeat bass, I would highly recommend M Stereo Spread, which I believe is free. Not 100% sure. Overall though, very nice groove. Sometimes I see OBS give an update, and they have my OBS, which is right under my Discord. It's just a little bit bigger of a window, so I can see some of the, what's it called, the statistics. Every time I see a statistic change, I think it's somebody typing in the feedback on stream chat, and I need to watch another track. We're getting very close to the end. I guess this has the same issue in terms of like stereo mix. It has some elements which have like a good stereo mix in, or stereo field in this one. A bit more I would say, but it's still very mono, this track. I would also just raise the volume of these vocals by like 4 dB. They sound like they should be a main element. To me at least. I do like that the vocal seems to be saying ciao, which is the same thing I will be saying in a little bit, because that was the last track we've had so far. It's been 4 hours 15 minutes. That's enough for me. I have editing work to do, and I just am tired and want to stop. But I want to say, everybody, thank you very much. I think this will be a record stream in every sense of the word. I never had so many different people watching me. I also think we broke an overall viewer record. I see 22, which I think I've never had before. We might be on for a like record for one stream. So overall, this went really well today. I'm glad you guys all came, showed up, enjoyed the stream, and I'm definitely going to. I say it every Sunday, I know. I'm going to try to stream 2-3 times during the week, and then I'll be back next Sunday for a challenge. Next week I really don't have a lot of things to do, so maybe I'll be able to do it this time, if I don't have any medical emergency or sudden influx of other things that I need to do, like the last few weeks. Okay, Perfect. Thank you guys for watching. There's nothing else that I have to say. Yeah, that's it. See you guys. Bye bye.